Today, I've prepared the biography of Benjamin Franklin. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, pulling the covers up just right, let your mind drift back to the 1700s, to a time when America was still finding its way. Benjamin Franklin, one of our most beloved founding fathers, was a man of extraordinary talents and gentle wisdom. His story is perfect for these quiet moments as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin to soften around the edges. Tonight, we'll explore the life of this remarkable inventor, statesman, and philosopher, whose curiosity about the world never dimmed. Much like the soft candle he might have read by. So close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let's journey together through the fascinating life of Benjamin Franklin as you drift peacefully toward sleep. In the gentle glow of candlelight, in a modest Boston home on a quiet Sunday in January of 1706, Josiah and Abiah Franklin welcomed their 10th son into the world. They named him Benjamin. The air outside was crisp with winter's breath, while inside, the warmth of family surrounded the newborn who would one day help shape a nation. But on this peaceful day, he was simply a baby, unaware of the remarkable journey that awaited him. Boston in the early 18th century was a bustling colonial port town of about 8,000 souls. Narrow, winding streets connected wooden homes and shops, while the scent of salt water mingled with the smoke from hearth fires. It was a place of industry and faith, where the rhythms of daily life were marked by the tolling of church bells and the changing of the tides. Josiah Franklin, Benjamin's father, was a hard-working candle and soap maker who had emigrated from England in search of religious freedom. His hands were often stained with tallow, his clothes carrying the lingering scent of his trade. He was a man of modest means, but rich in conviction and character. In the evenings, he would gather his large family around the table, discussing matters of faith, politics, and philosophy, planting seeds of curiosity in young Benjamin's mind that would flourish throughout his life. Abiah Folger, Benjamin's mother, was Josiah's second wife. His first wife and child had passed away after bearing him 7 children. Abiah would give birth to 10 more, making Benjamin the 15th of 17 children in this blended family. She was a woman of patience and resilience, managing their busy household with quiet strength. The soft hum of her voice singing hymns while she worked would become one of Benjamin's most treasured childhood memories. In the gentle cadence of those early years, young Benjamin's days unfolded with simplicity. He would wake with the dawn, helping with household chores before attending school. The Franklin home was modest, but filled with the comfortable chaos of a large family, siblings sharing beds and meals, laughter echoing through the rooms, occasional squabbles that dissolved as quickly as they formed. Benjamin's formal education began at the Boston Latin School when he was 8 years old. The schoolhouse was a simple structure with wooden benches worn smooth by generations of students. Here, he learned to read and write, studying Latin and Greek, his curious mind absorbing knowledge like the parched earth drinks in rain. But his formal schooling would be brief, lasting only 2 years, not because of any lack of aptitude. Indeed, he showed remarkable intelligence, but because the family's finances required him to work. At the tender age of 10, Benjamin began working in his father's shop. The workshop was filled with the warm, waxy scent of candles and the sharp tang of soap. Here, among the molds and vats, Benjamin learned the value of diligent work. His small hands would carefully dip wicks into melted tallow over and over, building layers of wax with each patient immersion. He would trim the finished candles, package soap, and help customers who came to the shop. The rhythmic nature of the work allowed his mind to wander and wonder about the world beyond. Though Benjamin showed skill in his father's trade, he confessed to his father that he found little joy in it. The sea called to him, as it did to many Boston boys. The harbor, with its forest of masts and promises of adventure, beckoned. Josiah, concerned that his son might run away to sea, as an older brother had done, wisely sought to find a trade that would better suit Benjamin's interests and talents. He took young Benjamin on long walks through Boston, visiting various craftsmen at work, carpenters with their sweet-smelling wood shavings, blacksmiths with their glowing forges, bricklayers, turners, and silversmiths. These excursions were meant to expose Benjamin to different trades, to help him discover where his passion might lie. These meandering journeys through the cobblestone streets of Boston were filled with quiet conversations between father and son, forging bonds that would last a lifetime. Eventually, at the age of 12, Benjamin was apprenticed to his older brother James, who had recently returned from England with a printing press. The print shop was a place of wonder for the young boy. The smell of ink and paper, the satisfying click and press of the machinery, and most importantly, the endless stream of ideas that flowed through its doors in the form of manuscripts and publications. The printing trade suited Benjamin's curious mind perfectly. Here was a craft that combined manual skill with intellectual engagement. As he learned to set type, letter by careful letter, he was simultaneously absorbing the content of what he was printing. Every pamphlet, broadside, and book that passed through his hands fed his growing hunger for knowledge. James Franklin's print shop produced a newspaper called the New England Courant, one of the earliest independent newspapers in the colonies. The shop became a gathering place for free thinkers and intellectuals of Boston, and young Benjamin would listen intently to their discussions of politics, science, and philosophy, soaking in their ideas like a sponge. In the quiet hours when the shop was empty, Benjamin would read voraciously. Candlelight would flicker across the pages of borrowed books as he stayed up late into the night, teaching himself mathematics, navigation, grammar, logic, and science. He practiced his writing by copying the style of articles he admired, writing them out, and then trying to recreate them from memory, comparing his work to the original and refining his craft with each attempt. Life as an apprentice was not always easy. Benjamin's relationship with his brother James was complicated. James was his master as well as his brother, and he could be harsh and demanding. The hours were long, the work physically taxing. Benjamin would rise before dawn to help open the shop, work through the day setting type and operating the press, and continue into the evening cleaning up and preparing for the next day's work. Despite these challenges, Benjamin's wit and intelligence began to shine. At 16, he started writing letters to the Courant under the pseudonym Silence Dagud, posing as a middle-aged widow with pointed and often humorous observations about colonial life. These letters were slipped under the print shop door at night and were so well received that readers eagerly anticipated each new installment. James published these letters, unaware that the author was his own younger brother working right beside him. When Benjamin finally revealed himself as the author, James was far from pleased. Rather than pride in his brother's talent, he felt jealousy and perhaps embarrassment at being deceived. The relationship between the brothers grew increasingly strained. James was often physically abusive, and Benjamin chafed under his brother's authority. The breaking point came when James was imprisoned for publishing content that offended the colonial government. During James's imprisonment, Benjamin ran the newspaper. When James was released, he was forbidden from publishing the Courant. So he cleverly made Benjamin the official publisher while maintaining control behind the scenes. This legal loophole allowed the paper to continue, but it also gave Benjamin leverage when conflicts arose between them. Eventually, at the age of 17, Benjamin could tolerate the situation no longer, though his apprenticeship contract legally bound him to James until the age of 21. He made the bold decision to run away. It was not a decision made lightly. In the quiet of night, with only the soft sounds of his sleeping household around him, Benjamin packed his few belongings and prepared to leave the only home he had ever known. On a misty autumn morning in 1723, Benjamin Franklin boarded a ship bound for New York. The salty air filled his lungs as he watched the Boston shoreline recede, the steeples and rooftops of his childhood growing smaller on the horizon. He had little money in his pocket, but carried something far more valuable: a mind full of knowledge, hands skilled in a valuable trade, and a heart determined to make his own way in the world. New York, however, offered little opportunity for a young printer. After a brief stay, Benjamin continued to Philadelphia, making part of the journey on foot and part by boat. The journey was long and sometimes arduous, with Benjamin often tired and hungry, sleeping in fields or modest inns along the way. His arrival in Philadelphia has become the stuff of legend. Picture a rainy October day. A bedraggled young man of 17 walking down Market Street with 3 large puffy rolls, having spent his last coins on bread. He carried one under each arm and ate the third. His pockets were stuffed with dirty clothes, his appearance disheveled from travel. Few who saw him that day could have imagined that this young runaway would one day stand among the founders of a new nation. Philadelphia in the 1720s was a growing city of about 10,000 inhabitants, more orderly and advanced than Boston, with broader, straighter streets laid out in a grid pattern. It was a place of opportunity, a city where a skilled young man might make his way regardless of his origins. The city's gentle bustle, the mix of voices speaking English, German, Dutch, and Swedish, the smell of fresh bread from bakeries, and the clatter of carts on cobblestones, all of this welcomed Benjamin to his new home. Soon after his arrival, Benjamin found work with a printer named Samuel Kamer. Though Kamer was not particularly skilled or successful, the position gave Benjamin a foothold in his new city. He quickly impressed others with his intelligence, work ethic, and amiable nature. He found lodging with the Reed family and became acquainted with their daughter Deborah, who would later become his wife. In these formative years, Benjamin's natural sociability led him to form connections with other young men of similar interests. He established a group called the Junto, a club for mutual improvement where members discussed questions of morals, politics, and natural philosophy. They shared books and ideas, debated important issues of the day, and supported each other's endeavors. This circle of friends would provide both intellectual stimulation and practical networking that would serve Benjamin throughout his life. The story of Benjamin Franklin's childhood and youth is one of gradual awakening, a mind slowly discovering its powers, a personality taking shape through experience and reflection. From the warm, chaotic Franklin household to the print shops of Boston and Philadelphia, from the limited formal education of his childhood to his relentless self-improvement, we see the foundations being laid for the remarkable man he would become. As we leave young Benjamin establishing himself in Philadelphia, we can almost see him by candlelight, his day's work complete, sitting with a book open before him, his quill perhaps paused above his journal as he reflects on the day's events and plans for tomorrow. The ambition is there, but tempered with patience. The brilliance is there, but still being refined through experience. The famous Franklin wit is there, but still finding its most effective expression in the gentle rhythm of these early years, in the quiet determination of this young man finding his way. We see the first chapters of an American life that would help write the story of a nation. But for now, in this moment of his youth, he is simply Benjamin, curious, hardworking, and full of promise, drifting slowly toward dreams that even his fertile imagination could not yet fully envision. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. The story of Benjamin Franklin's intellectual journey unfolds like a slowly flowing river, meandering through the landscape of early American thought. Though his formal education lasted only until the age of 10, this brief period planted seeds that would flourish throughout his long and remarkable life. In those early school days at Boston Latin School, young Benjamin absorbed the fundamentals of reading and writing. But it was perhaps the brevity of this formal education that sparked his lifelong commitment to self-improvement. In the soft glow of evening candles, after long days at his father's soap and candle making shop, Benjamin would open borrowed books, losing himself in their pages. There is something soothing in imagining the young boy, surrounded by the gentle scent of tallow and beeswax, his fingers perhaps still bearing traces of the day's work, as he immersed himself in whatever volume he could find. His father's small collection included religious texts and practical treatises, each one expanding the boy's understanding of the world beyond the narrow streets of Boston. When Benjamin became an apprentice to his brother James at the age of 12, the print shop became his true classroom. The rhythmic motion of the printing press, the soft whisper of paper, and the subtle scent of ink created a backdrop for his developing mind. Here, among the trays of type and stacks of broadsheets, Benjamin encountered words from countless authors, absorbing their ideas, their styles, their ways of seeing the world. Each pamphlet, each newspaper, each book that passed through his hands left its impression not just on paper, but on his expanding intellect. In these quiet hours at the print shop, Benjamin developed his lifelong love of reading. He saved small coins from his meager allowance to purchase books, sometimes going without meals to afford these precious volumes. One can picture him on his narrow bed, the weight of a new book in his hands, the anticipation of discovery warming him more than any blanket could. This hunger for knowledge would never leave him, remaining a constant companion through all the phases of his long life. During this apprenticeship, Benjamin discovered The Spectator, the influential periodical published by Joseph Addison and Richard Steele. The elegant prose and reasonable arguments found in these pages captivated the young printer's apprentice. In the gentle stillness of early mornings or late evenings, Benjamin would copy passages from The Spectator, then put them aside for a few days before attempting to rewrite them from memory. He would then compare his version with the original, noting where his expression fell short, where his vocabulary needed expansion, where his arguments lacked the clarity and force of the original. This patient, methodical approach to self-improvement characterized Benjamin's entire approach to education. There was no rushing, no skimming of surfaces. Instead, he allowed ideas to settle into his mind like like snow softly covering a landscape, transforming it gradually but completely. His was not the frantic education of one trying to impress others with quick acquisition of facts, but the deep, nourishing education of one who understood that true knowledge comes through reflection, application, and the gentle persistence of curiosity. At 16, Benjamin discovered a book that would profoundly influence his thinking and writing. John Locke's essay concerning human understanding introduced him to empiricism, the idea that knowledge comes primarily from sensory experience rather than innate ideas or revelation. In Locke's carefully reasoned arguments, Benjamin found a framework that resonated with his own observations about how people learn and understand the world. Like a soft rain nourishing fertile soil, these ideas sank into Benjamin's consciousness, eventually flowering into his own pragmatic approach to knowledge and invention. Around this same time, Benjamin began his experiments with vegetarianism, partly motivated by ethical considerations, but also by practical ones. Saving money spent on meat allowed him to buy more books. This early example of his lifelong habit of connecting philosophical principles with practical living decisions shows how deeply integrated his intellectual development was with his daily existence. For Benjamin, ideas were never abstract concepts floating disconnected from reality. They were tools to be tested in the workshop of everyday life. When Benjamin left Boston at 17, running away from his apprenticeship to seek his fortune in Philadelphia, he carried with him not diplomas or certificates, but something far more valuable, a mind trained in self-education and a determination to continue learning throughout his life. The gentle rocking of the boat that carried him southward might have mirrored the steady, persistent rhythm of his intellectual curiosity, always moving forward, always seeking new horizons. In Philadelphia, Benjamin's intellectual development continued to unfold at its own unhurried pace. He found employment with printer Samuel Kamer, where he quickly demonstrated his superior skills and knowledge. The other workers in the shop often paused in their labors to listen when Benjamin spoke, drawn by his clear reasoning and the breadth of his understanding. Yet, there was never arrogance in his manner, rather, a quiet confidence that comes from genuine knowledge rather than pretension. During these early Philadelphia years, Benjamin formed a group that would profoundly shape his intellectual growth. The Junto, sometimes called the Leather Apron Club, brought together ambitious young tradesmen and artisans for weekly meetings devoted to self-improvement and community betterment. In a comfortable room above a tavern, with the muted sounds of the city outside, these friends would discuss questions of morality, politics, and natural philosophy. They would share books, exchange ideas, and propose improvements for their community. The gentle back and forth of these conversations, the respectful consideration of differing viewpoints, the collective pursuit of knowledge, All these elements created a nurturing environment for Benjamin's developing mind. The junto embodied his belief that learning is a collaborative process, that minds grow best when they grow together, sharing the warmth of mutual curiosity and respect. From the junto grew one of Benjamin's most enduring contributions to American intellectual life, the first subscription library in the colonies, recognizing that books were expensive and difficult to obtain. He proposed that members pool their resources to create a shared collection. Like a gardener patiently planting seeds that would provide shade and fruit for generations to come, Benjamin established the Philadelphia Library Company in 1731 in the soft-lit rooms of this library, with the comforting presence of books lining the walls and the subtle scent of leather bindings and paper in the air. Benjamin and his fellow citizens could pursue knowledge without the limitations of individual means. Throughout his 20s and 30s, Benjamin's intellectual interests continued to expand like gentle ripples on a pond. He taught himself French, Italian, Spanish, and Latin, often rising before dawn to study in the quiet hours when the world still slept. There is something deeply soothing in imagining this ritual, the soft scratch of his quill as he copied foreign phrases, the first light of dawn gradually illuminating his desk, the city still wrapped in silence, as this one mind reached across oceans to connect with the thoughts of others. His interest in science developed gradually during these years, beginning with observations of everyday phenomena and slowly expanding into more systematic investigations. Benjamin would watch the movement of clouds, noting their patterns and contemplating their formation. He would observe the behavior of light through different substances, the properties of sound as it traveled through air and solid objects, the curious effects of electricity that were just beginning to be explored in Europe. In 1743, Benjamin attended a lecture on electricity given by Dr. Archibald Spencer, who was traveling through the colonies demonstrating electrical experiments in the dimly lit room. With an audience of curious Philadelphians, Benjamin watched as Spencer created sparks, moved small objects without touching them, and explained the current theories about this mysterious force, like a gentle current flowing into a receptive mind. These demonstrations awakened in Benjamin a fascination that would lead to his most significant scientific contributions. The following year, a friend in London sent Benjamin a glass tube for generating static electricity, along with instructions for performing simple experiments. In his printing house, after the day's work was done and the apprentices had gone home, Benjamin would spend peaceful hours exploring the properties of electricity, the soft crackling of sparks in the quiet room, the subtle smell of ozone in the air, the gentle tingle of electricity passing through his fingers. These sensory experiences accompanied his gradual development of understanding. What distinguished Benjamin's approach to science was its unhurried thoughtfulness. He did not rush to publish dramatic claims or seek immediate recognition. Instead, he observed carefully, tested methodically, and contemplated deeply when he did begin to share his findings through letters to correspondents in Europe. His descriptions were clear, precise, and modest, the communication of a mind more interested in understanding than in acclaim. His famous kite experiment, flying a silk kite with a metal key attached during a thunderstorm to demonstrate that lightning was a form of electricity, exemplifies his blend of bold thinking and careful observation, though often dramatized as a sudden inspiration. This experiment emerged from years of patient study and reflection. The image of Benjamin standing in the rain, holding the wet string of his kite, watching as sparks jumped from the key to his knuckle, has become iconic. Yet, it represents just one moment in a long journey of intellectual discovery. Throughout these years of scientific exploration, Benjamin continued his work as a printer and publisher. His Poor Richard's Almanac, which he began publishing in 1732, became a vehicle for sharing practical wisdom and moral guidance with a wide audience. The almanac's gentle humor, accessible language, and useful information made it a welcome presence in homes throughout the colonies. As families gathered in the evening, perhaps with a single candle providing light, the familiar voice of Poor Richard offered both practical advice for daily living and food for deeper reflection. Benjamin's intellectual development was never separate from his moral development. As he studied and experimented, he also worked to improve his character through a methodical approach that reflected his scientific mindset. In his autobiography, he describes creating a list of 13 virtues, including temperance, silence, order, and humility, and focusing on developing one virtue each week, tracking his progress in a small notebook. This gentle, systematic approach to moral growth mirrors his approach to scientific and intellectual pursuits: patient, methodical, and deeply personal. By his early 40s, Benjamin had established himself as a successful printer, a respected community leader, and an increasingly recognized scientific thinker. Yet his intellectual journey was far from complete. Like a river that continues to deepen and widen as it flows, his mind would continue to develop and expand through his later roles as diplomat, statesman, and elder sage of the American Revolution. As we contemplate Benjamin Franklin's educational journey, what emerges most clearly is not the specific facts he learned or discoveries he made, but the quality of attention he brought to everything he studied. There is a peacefulness in his approach to knowledge, never frantic, never competitive, always open to revision and refinement. In our own often hurried and distracted lives, there is something deeply soothing about this image of a self-educated man, moving unhurriedly but persistently toward understanding, finding joy in the process of learning rather than merely in its products. As the candle burns low and our thoughts grow soft with approaching sleep, we might carry with us this gentle reminder from Benjamin Franklin's example that true education happens not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the patient accumulation of observation and reflection, in the quiet hours of reading and contemplation, in the gentle unfolding of a curious mind over the course of a lifetime dedicated to learning. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. Long before Benjamin Franklin became the elder statesman we often picture with spectacles and wise eyes, he was a young man making his way in colonial America, finding his path through trial and gentle persistence. In those early days of the 18th century, when America was still a collection of British colonies and Philadelphia was a growing but modest settlement, young Benjamin walked its muddy streets with dreams that far exceeded his humble beginnings. As a boy of 12, Benjamin began his professional journey as an apprentice in his brother James's print shop in Boston. The air in the print shop was always filled with the rich, earthy scent of ink and the soft, rhythmic sounds of the printing press. Hour after hour, day after day, young Benjamin would arrange the small metal-type pieces, feeling their weight between his fingers, learning the craft that would become his first true profession. The work was repetitive and sometimes tedious, but there was something meditative about the careful placement of each letter, the gradual formation of words and sentences that would soon be read throughout the colony. During these quiet hours in the print shop, Benjamin developed a love for the written word that would stay with him throughout his long life. When the shop was empty and the day's work was done, he would often remain behind, reading by candlelight the books and pamphlets that passed through the press. The gentle flicker of the flame would cast soft shadows across the pages as Benjamin absorbed the thoughts of writers from faraway England and Europe, expanding his mind well beyond the confines of colonial Boston. The relationship between Benjamin and his brother James was not always smooth. Like many siblings, they had their differences, and James could be stern and demanding as a master. There were days when Benjamin felt the weight of his apprenticeship heavily, when the hierarchy between master and apprentice chafed against his independent spirit. Yet, even in these moments of tension, Benjamin was learning not just the craft of printing, but the subtle arts of navigating relationships and finding his own voice in a world where young men were expected to know their place and keep to it. When Benjamin was 16, an opportunity arose that would change the course of his life. This was a significant endeavor in colonial Boston, where news and public discourse were vital to the community, but limited in their outlets. But these letters, written in the voice of a middle-aged widow with strong opinions and a sharp wit, delighted readers of the Courant. In the quiet evenings after his day's work was done, Benjamin would carefully craft these pieces, developing his distinct writing style that combined clarity with gentle humor. There's something wonderfully soothing about imagining the young man, not yet 20, sitting by candlelight, his quill moving steadily across the paper as he gave life to Mrs. Dogwood's thoughts and observations. When James eventually discovered that his own younger brother was the author of these popular letters, his reaction was mixed. Pride in Benjamin's talent, perhaps, but also concern about being upstaged by his apprentice. The tension between them grew, and eventually, in 1723, Benjamin made the difficult decision to break his apprenticeship contract and leave Boston. This departure was not made lightly. In those days, an apprenticeship was a binding legal agreement, and by leaving before his term was complete, Benjamin was taking a significant risk. But sometimes in life, growth requires gentle acts of courage, moments when we must step away from the familiar toward an uncertain future. And so, at just 17 years old, Benjamin Franklin set out for Philadelphia, a city that would become his home and the canvas upon which he would paint his remarkable life. The journey to Philadelphia was not an easy one. Travel in colonial America was slow and often uncomfortable. Benjamin made his way partly by boat and partly on foot, feeling the rhythm of the earth beneath his feet, watching the landscape change gradually around him. There were moments of doubt, surely, as he left behind everything familiar. But there was also a sense of possibility, a gentle opening of his life to new experiences and opportunities. When he finally arrived in Philadelphia in October 1723, Benjamin was nearly penniless. In his autobiography, written many years later, he described walking up Market Street with 3 large puffy rolls, one under each arm, and eating the third. It's a humble image, the young man who would one day stand among kings and help birth a nation, walking through his new city with bread under his arms, hungry and uncertain, but determined. Philadelphia in the 1720s was a growing city of perhaps 10,000 people, the largest in the American colonies. Its streets were lined with brick buildings, and the Delaware River bustled with ships bringing goods and people from England and beyond. It was a place of opportunity for a skilled printer, and Benjamin soon found work with a printer named Samuel Kamer. Kamer's shop was not as well established as James Franklin's had been, and the work was sometimes challenging, but Benjamin brought to it the same careful attention he had developed in Boston, and his skills quickly became apparent. The quiet hours of setting type and operating the press continued, but now they were infused with a new sense of independence. Each page he printed was not just his brother's work, but a reflection of his own growing mastery of the craft. During these early years in Philadelphia, Benjamin began to establish the habits and connections that would serve him throughout his life. He was naturally sociable, with a gentle charm that drew people to him. He formed friendships with other young working men, and together they created a discussion group called the Junto, where they would meet weekly to discuss questions of morality, politics, and natural philosophy. Imagine these meetings on quiet evenings, a small group of young men gathered by firelight, their voices soft as they shared ideas and dreams. The Junto was more than just a social club. It was a place where Benjamin and his friends could expand their minds together, learning from each other in an atmosphere of mutual respect and curiosity. This pattern of collaborative learning would remain important to Benjamin throughout his life. In 1724, encouraged by the governor of Pennsylvania, Sir William Keith, Benjamin traveled to London with the hope of acquiring equipment to start his own print shop. The governor had promised letters of credit to help Benjamin purchase what he needed. But when Benjamin arrived in London, he discovered that these promises were empty. The letters never materialized, and Benjamin found himself stranded in London without the means to accomplish his goal. This disappointment might have crushed a less resilient spirit, but Benjamin adapted with characteristic flexibility. Instead of returning immediately to America, he found work in London's printing houses, where he continued to refine his skills and absorb new knowledge. The printing industry in London was more advanced than in the colonies, and Benjamin soaked up these advancements like a sponge, storing away ideas and techniques that he would later bring back to Philadelphia. London was a vibrant, bustling city, far larger and more sophisticated than any in the American colonies. For a curious young man like Benjamin, it was an education in itself. He visited coffee houses where intellectuals gathered to discuss ideas, attended lectures on scientific subjects, and continued his lifelong habit of extensive reading, even as he worked to support himself. He was expanding his understanding of the world and his place in it. After nearly 2 years in London, Benjamin returned to Philadelphia in 1726. He was now 20 years old, with experience that set him apart from most printers in the colonies. He worked briefly for his old employer, Kamer, but soon entered into a partnership with a fellow printer named Hugh Meredith. In 1728, they established their own printing business, marking Benjamin's first venture as a business owner rather than an employee. The early days of any business can be challenging, and Franklin and Meredith's print shop was no exception. They faced competition from established printers, including Kamer, and the constant pressure of finding enough work to sustain themselves. But Benjamin brought to the business not just technical skill, but a growing understanding of what readers in Philadelphia wanted and needed. In 1729, Benjamin and Hugh purchased a newspaper called the Pennsylvania Gazette from Kamer, who was struggling financially. Under Benjamin's careful guidance, the Gazette grew into one of the most successful newspapers in the colonies. His writing style, clear, engaging, and often gently humorous, drew readers, and his willingness to address a wide range of topics made the paper relevant to many aspects of colonial life, the newspaper business provided more than just income. It gave Benjamin a platform for his ideas and a way to connect with the community. Through the Gazette, he could shape public discourse, introduce new concepts, and gently advocate for causes he believed in. This combination of business acumen and public engagement would become a hallmark of Benjamin's approach to life. In 1730, at the age of 24, Benjamin entered into a common-law marriage with Deborah Reed, a woman he had first met upon his arrival in Philadelphia 7 years earlier. Their relationship had a complicated history. Deborah had married another man while Benjamin was in London, but that husband had abandoned her and was rumored to have died in the West Indies. Despite these complications, Benjamin and Deborah formed a partnership that would last until her death in 1774. The Franklin household on Market Street became not just a home, but the center of Benjamin's expanding business enterprises. The ground floor housed the print shop, while the family lived above. Deborah helped manage the household and also worked in their small stationery shop, selling the paper, ink, and books that complemented the printing business. It was a busy, productive household, filled with the gentle rhythms of family life and commerce intertwined. As the 1730s progressed, Benjamin's business ventures expanded beyond printing. He recognized needs in the community and found ways to meet them, always with that characteristic blend of practical service and intellectual engagement. In 1731, he helped establish the Library Company of Philadelphia, America's first subscription library. Members paid a small fee to join, and then had access to books that most individuals couldn't afford on their own. It was a simple idea, but one that reflected Benjamin's belief in the importance of shared knowledge and self-improvement. The library began modestly, with a collection of books kept in the home of one of the members. But like many of Benjamin's initiatives, it grew steadily over time, becoming an important institution in Philadelphia's intellectual life. There's something deeply soothing about this patient approach to building institutions, not through grand gestures or sudden transformations, but through steady, thoughtful development over years and decades. In 1732, Benjamin began publishing Poor Richard's Almanac under the pseudonym Richard Saunders. Almanacs were popular publications in colonial America, providing not just calendars and weather predictions, but also a mixture of practical information, moral advice, and entertainment. Benjamin's almanac stood out for its wit and wisdom, particularly the proverbs and sayings that he either collected or composed himself. These sayings, early to bed and early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. A penny saved is a penny earned, and many others have become so familiar that it's easy to forget their origin. But in their time, they represented Benjamin's gentle way of encouraging virtue and practical wisdom among his readers. Through Poor Richard, Benjamin could share his philosophy of self-improvement and community responsibility in a form that was accessible and appealing to a broad audience. The success of Poor Richard's almanac brought both income and recognition. It sold as many as 10,000 copies annually, a significant number in colonial America, and spread Benjamin's reputation beyond Philadelphia. But perhaps more importantly, it allowed him to articulate and refine his own thinking about how to live a good and useful life. As his business prospered, Benjamin had more time for civic engagement and intellectual pursuits. In 1736, he organized Philadelphia's first fire company, recognizing the danger that fire posed in a city of wooden buildings. The following year, he was appointed postmaster of Philadelphia, a position that both reflected his standing in the community and gave him new opportunities to improve communication systems. Throughout these years, Benjamin's curiosity continued to lead him in new directions. He became interested in scientific questions, particularly those related to electricity, which was still poorly understood at the time. In the quiet evenings after his business day was done, he would conduct experiments, observing the behavior of electricity with the same patient attention he had once given to setting type in his brother's print shop. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As his business prospered, Benjamin had more time for civic engagement and intellectual pursuits. In 1736, he organized Philadelphia's first fire company, recognizing the danger that fire posed in a city of wooden buildings. The following year, he was appointed postmaster of Philadelphia, a position that both reflected his standing in the community and gave him new opportunities to improve communication systems. Throughout these years, Benjamin's curiosity continued to lead him in new directions. He became interested in scientific questions, particularly those related to electricity, which was still poorly understood at the time. In the quiet evenings after his business day was done, he would conduct experiments, observing the behavior of electricity with the same patient attention he had once given to setting type in his brother's print shop. On warm summer evenings in the 1740s, Benjamin would often retire to his study, a simple room with wooden floors that creaked gently beneath his feet. There, surrounded by books and handcrafted instruments, he would explore the mysteries of electricity. He worked methodically, with no rush or hurry, allowing his thoughts to unfold naturally, like leaves opening to the morning sun. His experiments were conducted with common items: silk threads, glass tubes, metal keys, everyday objects transformed by his curious mind into tools of scientific discovery. In 1746, Benjamin began corresponding with Peter Collinson, a fellow of the Royal Society in London. Through these letters, written in his flowing script by candlelight, Benjamin shared his observations about electricity. He described how he had noticed that pointed objects could draw electrical fire, a discovery that would later lead to his most famous invention, the lightning rod. His letters traveled across the Atlantic carrying ideas that would eventually change how people understood the natural world. The famous kite experiment came about on a mild afternoon in June 1752. Contrary to popular belief, Benjamin did not stand directly beneath a thundercloud, which would have been fatally dangerous. Instead, with thoughtful caution, he flew his kite as storm clouds gathered. But before the rain began, the kite was simple, made of silk handkerchief stretched over a cross of cedar. Yet, it would become an instrument of profound discovery. A key was attached to the kite's string, and when Benjamin noticed the loose fibers of the string standing erect, he touched the key and felt a spark, confirming his theory that lightning was indeed a form of electricity. This experiment, conducted with such gentle patience, led to the invention of the lightning rod. Benjamin understood that a metal rod placed at the highest point of a building could safely conduct lightning into the ground, protecting the structure from fire. This practical application of scientific knowledge saved countless buildings and lives. The lightning rod spread throughout America and Europe, standing as silent sentinels against the destructive force of lightning storms, allowing people to sleep more peacefully during summer thunderstorms. Benjamin's approach to science was much like his approach to life, practical, patient, and driven by a desire to improve the world around him. He never patented his inventions, believing that they should be freely available for the common good. This generosity of spirit extended to all his scientific work, creating a legacy of shared knowledge that continues to this day. Beyond his work with electricity, Benjamin invented the Franklin stove, which provided more heat with less wood and reduced the risk of house fires. The design came to him during cold Philadelphia winters, as he contemplated how to keep homes warmer while using fewer resources. The stove featured a hollow baffle near the back that helped circulate the hot air more efficiently before it escaped up the chimney. Like many of his inventions, it arose from careful observation and a desire to solve everyday problems. In the realm of personal comfort, Benjamin also created bifocal glasses. As he aged, he found himself needing different glasses for reading and for seeing at a distance. Rather than constantly switching between two pairs, he had the lenses cut in half and combined into a single frame. This simple yet elegant solution typified his approach to invention, finding practical solutions to everyday challenges. He never rushed the process, allowing ideas to develop naturally in their own time. Much like watching a garden grow, Benjamin's civic contributions were equally significant and approached with the same unhurried thoroughness. In 1731, he founded the Library Company of Philadelphia, America's first subscription library. The idea came to him gradually, as he observed how difficult it was for ordinary citizens to access books. On quiet evenings, he would discuss with friends how knowledge might be more widely shared. The library began modestly, with just 50 subscribers contributing 40 shillings each to purchase books from England. These volumes were housed in the librarian's home, available to be borrowed and returned at a gentle pace that allowed for deep reading and reflection. The library grew slowly but steadily, like a tree adding rings year by year. By 1741, it had moved to the second floor of the State House, where members could browse in peaceful quiet. Benjamin saw the library as more than a collection of books. It was a means of self-improvement available to any who sought it. This thoughtful document led to the creation of the Academy of Philadelphia, which later became the University of Pennsylvania. Unlike other colonial colleges, focused primarily on training ministers, Benjamin envisioned an institution that would prepare students for civic leadership and practical professions. The curriculum included not only classical languages, but also English, modern languages, mathematics, and natural philosophy, science. Students were encouraged to develop physical as well as mental abilities, a holistic approach to education that was ahead of its time. The academy opened its doors in 1751, welcoming students into a converted home where they could pursue knowledge under the guidance of carefully selected teachers. Benjamin did not rush the development of the institution, understanding that education, like all worthwhile endeavors, required patience and careful nurturing. The school grew gradually, adding a charitable school for poor children and eventually a medical school, the first in the colonies. During the 1750s, as tensions between the colonies and Great Britain began to simmer, Benjamin became more involved in politics. In 1754, he attended the Albany Congress, where representatives from 7 colonies met to discuss common defense against the French and their Native American allies. There, Benjamin proposed the Albany Plan of Union, the first formal proposal to unite the colonies under a single government. Though the plan was not adopted, it planted seeds that would later blossom into the United States Constitution. Benjamin's approach to politics mirrored his scientific method, observant, thoughtful, and guided by practical concerns rather than rigid ideology. He listened more than he spoke, absorbing different perspectives like a sponge soaking up water. In meetings, he would often sit quietly, allowing others to express their views before offering his own thoughts in a measured, calm voice that invited consideration rather than confrontation. His diplomatic career began in earnest in 1757, when the Pennsylvania Assembly sent him to London to represent their interests. He remained there for most of the next 18 years, serving as an agent not only for Pennsylvania, but eventually for Georgia, New Jersey, and Massachusetts as well. In London, he moved through society with unhurried grace, building relationships with influential figures through conversation and correspondence. His home on Craven Street became a gathering place for scientists, philosophers, and politicians, where ideas could be exchanged over cups of tea in the soft glow of candlelight. Benjamin's diplomatic style was characterized by patience and a willingness to understand opposing viewpoints. He never rushed negotiations, knowing that lasting agreements required time to develop, like bread dough that must rise before baking. Even when faced with British policies he believed harmful to colonial interests, he maintained a calm demeanor, expressing disagreement without animosity. This approach served him well in navigating the increasingly troubled relationship between Britain and her American colonies. As relations deteriorated in the 1770s, Benjamin returned to America. Arriving in Philadelphia in May 1775, just after the battles of Lexington and Concord had opened hostilities. Though he was now 70 years old, an age when many would seek rest and quiet reflection, he threw himself into the work of revolution with steady energy. The Continental Congress immediately appointed him to multiple committees, valuing his wisdom and experience. Perhaps his most significant contribution during this period was his service on the committee to draft the Declaration of Independence. While Thomas Jefferson was the primary author, Benjamin reviewed the document carefully, suggesting small but important changes. His editorial touch was light but meaningful, like a gentle hand guiding a young writer. When some members of Congress debated the wording at length, Benjamin reportedly counseled, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately." A moment of gentle humor that eased tensions in the room. In late 1776, Benjamin embarked on what would be his final diplomatic mission, traveling to France to seek support for the American cause. At 71, he undertook the difficult winter crossing of the Atlantic, enduring rough seas and cold temperatures with the same stoic patience he had shown throughout his life. Upon arriving in France, he established himself in the village of Passy, just outside Paris, in a house surrounded by gardens where he could walk and think in the quiet mornings. Benjamin's time in France was perhaps his greatest diplomatic triumph. He approached his mission with characteristic patience, understanding that winning French support would require time and careful cultivation of relationships. He became immensely popular in French society, where his simple dress and dignified manner stood in contrast to the elaborate fashions and formalities of the French court. He presented himself as the embodiment of American values, practical, unpretentious, and naturally wise. Working methodically, Benjamin built a network of supporters within French government and society. He never appeared rushed or anxious, even as the war situation in America sometimes grew dire. Instead, he projected calm confidence in the American cause, writing letters home that were filled with encouragement, and to French officials that subtly advanced American interests. His home in Passy became a center of diplomatic activity, where conversations over dinner could gently shift French policy in America's favor. The culmination of these efforts came in 1778 with the signing of the Treaty of Alliance with France, which brought crucial French military and financial support to the American cause. The negotiations had proceeded at a measured pace, allowing trust to build naturally between the parties. When Benjamin, along with his fellow commissioners, signed the treaty, it represented not just a diplomatic success, but the fruition of patient relationship building over many months. Benjamin remained in France until 1785, continuing to represent American interests even after the Revolutionary War ended with the Treaty of Paris in 1783. He participated in those peace negotiations as well, bringing his steady, thoughtful approach to the table. The final treaty was favorable to the United States, securing independence and generous territorial concessions, a testament to Benjamin's diplomatic skill upon his return to America at the age of 79. Benjamin might have finally retired to a quiet life of reading and correspondence. Instead, he accepted election as President of Pennsylvania, and most significantly, agreed to serve as a delegate to the Constitutional Convention in 1787 during the hot Philadelphia summer. As younger men sometimes grew heated in debate, Benjamin provided a calming presence. Though his health limited his ability to speak at length, when he did offer comments, the room would grow quiet, everyone leaning in slightly to catch his soft-spoken wisdom. On the final day of the convention, as delegates prepared to sign the Constitution, Benjamin offered remarks that captured his lifelong approach to governance and human affairs. He acknowledged that the document was imperfect, as all human creations must be, but urged his colleagues to set aside their reservations for the greater good. His words, delivered in a gentle voice that nonetheless carried to every corner of the room, helped persuade wavering delegates to add their signatures. In his final years, Benjamin turned his attention to one last cause, the abolition of slavery. As president of the Pennsylvania Society for promoting the abolition of slavery, he drafted a petition to Congress in 1790, calling for an end to the slave trade and eventual emancipation. Though his health was failing, his mind remained clear, and his moral compass as true as ever. The petition did not succeed, but it represented Benjamin's lifelong commitment to human dignity and his willingness to stand for principle, even when success seemed distant. Benjamin Franklin passed away peacefully on April 17, 1790, at the age of 84, having lived a life of remarkable achievement and service. His funeral in Philadelphia was attended by some 20,000 people, nearly half the city's population, who came to pay respects to a man whose gentle wisdom had helped shape a nation. As we reflect on Benjamin's life, we might imagine him in his printing shop, as a young man, carefully arranging type with steady hands, or in his study as an older gentleman, writing by candlelight with the same patient attention throughout his long life, he approached each task, whether scientific experiment, diplomatic negotiation, or civic improvement, with unhurried thoroughness. His achievements came not in sudden bursts of frantic activity, but through the steady accumulation of thought and effort, like water slowly carving a channel through stone. Perhaps the true magic of Benjamin Franklin's life lies not just in what he accomplished, but in how he accomplished it with patience, curiosity, and a genuine desire to improve the world around him. As our thoughts drift toward sleep, we might take comfort in remembering that greatness need not come from frenzied effort, but can emerge from steady purpose and gentle persistence. One day flowing softly into the next, like the pages of an almanac turning through the seasons of a remarkable life. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Beyond the public persona that history has so diligently recorded, Benjamin Franklin's private world was a tapestry of rich personal connections, daily rituals, and quiet moments of contemplation. In the soft glow of evening, after the printing presses had fallen silent and diplomatic papers had been set aside, Franklin would retreat into the comfort of his personal life, where his true character unfolded in gentle, unhurried ways. Franklin's home life centered around his common-law wife, Deborah Reed Rogers, whom he had known since his first arrival in Philadelphia as a young man of 17. Their union, though never formalized through traditional marriage, due to complicated circumstances involving Deborah's first husband, blossomed into a partnership of deep mutual respect and affection. In the quiet evenings of their home on Market Street, Benjamin and Deborah would often sit by the fire, she with her needlework, he with a book or letter, sharing the comfortable silence that only comes with true companionship. Deborah managed their household affairs with practical wisdom, while Benjamin pursued his many interests. She would rise early to prepare the day's first meal, moving quietly through their home as dawn light filtered through the windows. Franklin often spoke of how her steady presence anchored him through the various storms of public life. Their letters during his long absences in England reveal a tender connection. He would write of missing her cooking, her laugh, the way she arranged his study just as he liked it. Their home welcomed 2 children, Francis Folger Franklin, whom they called Frankie, a bright-eyed boy who tragically died of smallpox at age 4, and Sarah, affectionately known as Sally. The loss of young Frankie cast a long shadow over Franklin's heart, a sorrow he carried quietly beneath his public demeanor. In later years, when speaking of his son, his voice would soften, his gaze turning distant, remembering small moments, a tiny hand in his as they walked through Philadelphia streets, or the child's delight at simple discoveries, Sally grew to become her father's confidant and companion, especially in his later years. Their correspondence reveals a relationship of mutual admiration and intellectual respect when Franklin returned from his long diplomatic mission to France. It was Sally who created a home for him, ensuring his comfort as age began to slow his steps. In her garden, they would sit on warm afternoons, discussing books, politics, and philosophy as grandchildren played nearby, their laughter drifting like music through the air. Franklin also had a son born before his union with Deborah William, whose mother's identity remains unknown. The relationship between father and son was complex, especially when the American Revolution placed them on opposite sides. William remaining loyal to the crown, while his father became a revolutionary. This personal heartbreak was something Franklin rarely discussed, though in private moments, friends noted how his eyes would sometimes linger on William's letters or portraits, a quiet sadness passing across his features like clouds across the moon. The rhythm of Franklin's personal days followed patterns he established early in life. Rising at dawn, he would often begin with what he called his air bath, standing naked by an open window regardless of season, allowing the morning air to embrace his skin, a practice he believed strengthened his constitution against illness. This quiet ritual allowed him moments of solitude before the day's demands began their gentle press upon his time. Breakfast was simple, a bowl of hot cornmeal mush with milk, perhaps some bread with butter, and tea. Franklin approached eating with the same moderation he advocated in all things, believing that a light stomach kept the mind clear. He would often read during this meal, propping a book before him, moving unhurriedly through its pages as he ate. Music provided Franklin with deep comfort throughout his life. In the evening hours, when the day's work was complete, he would often play his glass harmonica, an instrument of his own invention consisting of glass bowls that, when touched with moistened fingers, produced hauntingly beautiful tones. Those fortunate enough to hear him play described the experience as transportive, the notes seeming to hover in the air like gentle spirits, creating an atmosphere of tranquil contemplation. Franklin's social circle extended beyond family to include a wide constellation of friends who enriched his personal hours. Unlike many men of his stature, he valued friendships with women as intellectual equals. Catharine Ray Green, Madame Brillon, and Madame Helvetius were among the women whose correspondence and conversation he treasured. With them, he shared his thoughts on literature, science, and philosophy, finding in their perspectives fresh insights that broadened his understanding of the world. Chess occupied a special place in Franklin's leisure hours. He approached the game not merely as recreation, but as a metaphor for life itself, a series of choices with consequences extending far beyond the immediate move. Franklin would play for hours, his face a study in calm concentration, occasionally smiling at a particularly clever strategy by his opponent. He wrote an essay titled The Morals of Chess, suggesting that the game taught valuable life lessons: foresight, circumspection, caution, and perseverance. Water held a particular fascination for Franklin throughout his life. As a young boy in Boston, he taught himself to swim by studying illustrations in a book, and he remained an enthusiastic swimmer into his elder years. During his time in London, he would often slip away from diplomatic duties to swim in the Thames, moving through the water with slow, deliberate strokes, finding both exercise and meditation in the rhythm of his movement through the current. In his garden, Franklin found particular joy. He approached horticulture with the same curious mind he brought to science, carefully observing how plants responded to different conditions, exchanging seeds and cuttings with correspondents across the Atlantic. On gentle spring mornings, he could often be found kneeling in the soil, hands working carefully around tender seedlings, his face relaxed in peaceful concentration. He took special pride in introducing American plants to Europe and European varieties to American soil, seeing in this exchange a kind of botanical diplomacy that paralleled his human endeavors. Reading remained Franklin's constant companion from childhood until his final days. His personal library grew to over 4,000 volumes, each book a friend he would visit and revisit through the years. In the evenings, settled in his favorite chair with a volume open before him, the world would fall away as he traveled through ideas and stories. He read widely philosophy, science, history, literature, and always kept a small notebook nearby to record thoughts that arose. His quill moving unhurriedly across the page in the soft candlelight. Franklin's approach to sleep revealed much about his philosophy of life. He believed in the restorative power of rest, often writing about the importance of sweet, natural sleep, untroubled by excess of food or drink. He would retire early when possible, usually by 10 o'clock, sleeping with windows open to allow fresh air to circulate before drifting into slumber. He would review his day, considering where he had fallen short of his ideals and how he might improve tomorrow. A gentle self-examination that cleared his mind for peaceful sleep. Dreams fascinated Franklin, and he would sometimes record them upon waking, seeing in their mysterious landscapes potential insights into his unconscious mind. He wrote to friends about particularly vivid dreams, speculating on their meanings with the same curious approach he brought to scientific inquiry, wondering, questioning, but never insisting on definitive interpretations. The changing seasons brought different pleasures to Franklin's personal life. Winter evenings were for fireside reading and conversation, spring for gardening and walks along Philadelphia's cobblestone streets, summer for swimming and observing the natural world, autumn for harvesting and preserving the garden's bounty. Through all seasons, he maintained a journal, recording not just events, but his reflections on them, creating a written record of his inner life that complemented his public writings. Franklin's relationship with food evolved throughout his life. In his younger years, he embraced vegetarianism, influenced by ethical concerns about animal suffering. Though he later returned to eating meat, he maintained a preference for simple, nourishing meals over elaborate fare. He took particular pleasure in apples, often carrying one in his pocket for an afternoon refreshment, and enjoyed the occasional glass of Madeira wine in the evening, sipping slowly as he conversed with friends or read by candlelight. Laughter and humor threaded through Franklin's personal life like golden strands in a tapestry. He delighted in clever wordplay, gentle satire, and the absurdities of human nature. Even in his elder years, when gout and other ailments troubled his body, his eyes would crinkle with amusement at a well-turned phrase or amusing observation. This capacity for joy sustained him through personal sorrows and public challenges, a wellspring of resilience that never ran dry. As age gradually curved his shoulders and silvered his hair, Franklin approached his final years with remarkable serenity. He arranged his affairs with characteristic thoroughness, writing a will that reflected his values and relationships. His grandchildren became a particular source of delight, and he would spend hours telling them stories, teaching them games, or simply watching them play. His face softened by the particular tenderness that comes when one views the continuation of life beyond one's own time. In his final months, as pain became a more constant companion, Franklin maintained his gentle humor and curiosity. Visitors to his bedside found him engaged and interested in their news, asking questions about scientific developments, political events, or family matters with genuine attention. He approached death as he had approached life, with thoughtful consideration, acceptance of natural processes, and concern for those he would leave behind. As evening shadows lengthen and our thoughts grow quiet, we might imagine Franklin in a moment of personal contentment, perhaps seated in his garden on a summer evening, the day's heat softening into twilight coolness, a book resting open on his lap, as he pauses to watch fireflies begin their gentle illumination of the gathering darkness. In such quiet moments, away from the printing press, the laboratory, and the diplomatic table, we find the essence of the man, curious, observant, at peace with himself and the world he had done so much to shape. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. The path of Benjamin Franklin's life, though often painted in the golden hues of success, was in truth a winding road marked by valleys as well as peaks. As we settle in to explore these quieter aspects of his journey, let us drift through the challenges that shaped this remarkable man, like gentle waves upon a shore. In his earliest years, young Benjamin knew the tender ache of educational limitation. Born the 15th child of 17 to a soap and candle maker of modest means. Franklin attended formal school for merely 2 years as the soft candlelight flickered in their Boston home. He would often feel the weight of this constraint, watching as opportunity seemed to flow more freely to those with formal learning. Yet in this early disappointment, he cultivated a response that would become a lifelong pattern. He turned to books, those patient teachers that asked only for attention and time. Franklin would later write in his autobiography, with a tone of peaceful acceptance rather than bitterness, how he would save his pennies to purchase books, often going without meals to feed his mind instead. In the quiet hours before dawn or after his workday ended, he would read by whatever light was available, absorbing knowledge like soil takes in gentle rain. This self-education became not merely a response to difficulty, but a chosen path that suited his curious nature. As a young apprentice to his brother James, a printer, Franklin encountered the friction that often arises between family members working together. The relationship gradually frayed, with James sometimes harsh in his treatment of his younger brother on soft evenings when the printing house fell quiet. Benjamin would feel the dual discomfort of being both family and subordinate, a complex emotional terrain for a teenager to navigate. Rather than responding with equal harshness, Franklin developed a thoughtfulness that would serve him throughout life. He observed how people interacted, noticing which approaches created more harmony and which led to discord. He began writing essays under the pseudonym Silence Doggood, slipping them under the print shop door at night, like a gentle secret between himself and the world. In this creative response to his frustration, we see Franklin's tendency to transform difficulty into opportunity, like a stream finding a new path when rocks block its way. When the tensions with his brother became too constraining, Franklin made the difficult decision to break his apprenticeship contract and leave Boston, a choice that carried both legal and familial consequences. Imagine him on that slow journey to Philadelphia, a 17-year-old with little money in his pockets, watching the landscape change through the windows of bumping coaches or from the decks of gently rocking boats. The uncertainty must have rested on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. Yet he moved forward with quiet determination. His arrival in Philadelphia, bedraggled, hungry, with 3 large puffy rolls of bread, would later become an iconic image in American history. But in that moment, it was simply a young man at his most vulnerable, far from home, his future as unwritten as the blank pages waiting in print shops throughout the city. The courage required for such a journey is often overlooked in tales of his success. Financial setbacks visited Franklin throughout his early career, like shadows passing over a sunny field. His first attempt at establishing a printing business in Philadelphia dissolved when his partner's father withdrew support. Later, after establishing his own print shop, he would sometimes lie awake in the soft darkness, calculating and recalculating his accounts, feeling the weight of debt and obligation. Yet he responded to these challenges with methodical patience, gradually building his business through reliability and quality rather than hasty expansion. Perhaps most poignantly, Franklin experienced the profound personal loss that touches all lives but is rarely featured in his public story. His son Francis, a bright, engaging child of 4 years, died of smallpox in 1736. Imagine the Franklin home in those quiet days after this loss. The empty chair at the table, the toys carefully put away, the silence where a child's laughter had been. Franklin and his wife Deborah moved through this grief together, their steps slower, their conversations gentler, finding their way back to life's rhythms with the patient acceptance that deep sorrow requires. Franklin later wrote, with touching regret, that he had not had the child inoculated against smallpox, a preventative measure he had previously supported publicly. In this most personal of losses, he learned the humbling lesson that knowledge not applied cannot protect those we love. This experience deepened his commitment to public health initiatives, transforming personal pain into community benefit with the quiet grace that characterized his approach to difficulty. His political life, too, held disappointments that required resilience. During his years representing colonial interests in England, Franklin initially believed deeply in the possibility of reconciliation between Britain and her American colonies. Picture him sitting before a fire on a misty London evening, composing yet another carefully worded letter, attempting to bridge the widening gulf of understanding. For years, he patiently explained American perspectives to British officials and British reasoning to his fellow colonists, hoping that, with sufficient communication, conflict could be avoided. The gradual realization that these efforts might be futile came not as a sudden storm, but as a slow-changing tide. Franklin would walk along the Thames, watching the river's constant flow, perhaps finding in it a metaphor for the inevitable movement of history. When he finally accepted that separation had become necessary, it was with the reluctant wisdom of someone who had explored every alternative path and found them closed. Personal betrayals also marked Franklin's journey. His relationship with his son William, once close and collaborative, fractured irreparably over their opposing loyalties during the American Revolution. William remained loyal to the British Crown, while his father became a leading advocate for independence. Imagine the heavy silence of their final meetings. Two men who shared blood and history, but could no longer find common ground in their visions of the future. This familial rupture brought Franklin a sorrow different from death, the grief of estrangement, where loss occurs without closure. He responded not with public drama, but with the quiet dignity of accepting what could not be changed. Though personal correspondence reveals the tender bruise this break left upon his heart from this painful experience, Franklin learned about the limits of influence, even with those closest to us, and the necessity of respecting others' choices, even when they diverge painfully from our own. In his scientific pursuits, Franklin encountered the frustration familiar to all who seek new knowledge. The dead ends, failed experiments, and mysteries that refused to yield their secrets. On rainy afternoons in his laboratory, he would sometimes sit quietly among his equipment, contemplating approaches that had not produced the anticipated results. Unlike many of his contemporaries who guarded their work jealously, Franklin responded to these setbacks with an unusual openness, sharing both successes and failures with fellow scientists across Europe and America. This collaborative approach to difficulty, the willingness to admit uncertainty and invite others into the problem-solving process, became one of Franklin's most significant contributions to scientific method. He understood that knowledge advances most surely when minds work together, like separate streams joining to form a river with greater power than any could achieve alone. As he aged, Franklin faced the physical limitations that time brings to all bodies, regardless of the minds they house. Gout caused him considerable pain, sometimes confining him to bed or chair for weeks. His eyesight dimmed, requiring stronger glasses for the reading that remained one of his deepest pleasures. His hands, once so dexterous at the printing press, became less reliable tools as arthritis claimed its territory. These physical challenges might have embittered a man so accustomed to activity and independence. Instead, Franklin adapted with characteristic creativity and good humor. He designed a long-arm device to reach books from high shelves when climbing became difficult. He dictated letters when writing grew too painful, on days when movement was particularly challenging. He would invite friends to his home, turning limitation into opportunity for the conversation he so enjoyed. During diplomatic negotiations in France, Franklin encountered the complex challenge of cultural differences. The formal protocols of European diplomacy were far removed from his preferred straightforward approach. Picture him in the ornate salons of Paris, his plain attire and direct manner standing in contrast to the elaborate dress and intricate conversational patterns of French society. Rather than attempting to transform himself completely, Franklin made a characteristically pragmatic choice. He would maintain his authentic self, but learn to operate effectively within this different system. He studied French customs with the same curiosity he brought to natural phenomena, noting the unspoken rules that governed social interactions. He observed how relationships were built through a gradual process of visits, conversations, and shared experiences, rather than immediate business discussions. With patient adaptability, he adjusted his diplomatic approach, finding a balance between American directness and European formality that ultimately served his nation's interests well. Throughout his long and varied life, perhaps the most consistent challenge Franklin faced was the weight of his own growing reputation. Fame came to him gradually, but inexorably, bringing with it expectations and scrutiny that could have distorted his sense of self. On quiet evenings, when public demands had finally ceased for the day, he might have reflected on the strange experience of becoming a symbol as well as a man, of seeing his image reproduced and his words quoted, sometimes accurately and sometimes not. Franklin responded to this particular challenge with a gentle self-awareness and humor that kept him grounded. He maintained the habit of questioning his own motives and actions, conducting regular self-examinations that prevented the inflation of ego that often accompanies public acclaim. In his private writings, we find not a man impressed with his own importance, but one continually striving to improve, aware of his flaws, and committed to addressing them with the same practical approach he brought to external problems. As sleep begins to soften the edges of consciousness, we might imagine Franklin in his garden in Philadelphia, after returning from his years abroad. The evening air carries the scent of herbs and flowers, and perhaps the distant sounds of the city he helped to build. His aged hands rest on the arms of his chair, and his eyes, those observant eyes that had witnessed so much of history, gaze at the deepening blue of the twilight sky. In this moment of reflection, all the challenges we have explored, limited education, family tensions, financial struggles, personal losses, political disappointments, scientific setbacks, physical decline, have been woven into the tapestry of a single remarkable life. Each difficulty faced and responded to with that characteristic blend of practicality, patience, and philosophical acceptance that made Franklin not just a successful man, but a wise one. As our eyes grow heavy and our thoughts drift toward dreams, we might take with us this gentle wisdom that life's challenges, approached with curiosity rather than fear, with adaptation rather than rigidity, with perseverance rather than despair, become not merely obstacles to overcome, but essential elements of a fully lived experience. In this understanding, we find not just the story of Benjamin Franklin, but a soothing reminder of our own capacity to meet life's difficulties with grace and grow more fully into ourselves through their teachings. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. As the evening shadows lengthen and the world begins to quiet, let us turn our thoughts to a time long past, when the world moved at a gentler pace. Imagine the soft glow of candlelight against colonial windows, the distant clip-clop of horses on cobblestone streets, and the rustle of parchment being turned by curious fingers. It is into this world that Benjamin Franklin was born, a world so different from our own, yet connected by the eternal threads of human experience. The early 18th century dawned with promise and uncertainty when Benjamin Franklin drew his first breath in Boston in 1706. the American colonies were still firmly under British rule, mere outposts of a vast empire upon which the sun never set. The world Franklin entered was one of transition, where medieval ways of thinking were gradually giving way to the rational thought of the Enlightenment. Across the Atlantic, Isaac Newton had recently published his groundbreaking Principia Mathematica, forever changing our understanding of the physical universe. The scientific revolution was blossoming, opening minds to new possibilities and questioning old certainties. Boston itself was a small but bustling port town of around 6,500 souls when young Benjamin joined the Franklin household as the 15th child and 10th son of Josiah Franklin, a candle maker. The narrow streets and wooden buildings would have echoed with the sounds of commerce, of sailors calling to one another, of church bells marking the passing hours. The air would have carried the mingled scents of the sea, of tallow from his father's workshop, of bread baking in stone ovens. In these formative years, the colonies were developing their own distinct identity, though few yet dreamed of independence. Life was governed by the rhythms of nature, by the rising and setting of the sun, by the turning of seasons. Winter evenings were long and dark, perfect for a curious child to develop a love of reading by the hearth's gentle light. Summer days stretched endlessly, filled with the kind of unstructured play that nurtures creativity and independence. Religion shaped daily life in colonial Boston. The Puritan influence remained strong, with its emphasis on hard work, thrift, and moral living. Church attendance was not merely expected, but required by law in Massachusetts. Young Benjamin would have sat through many long sermons, perhaps letting his mind wander to more practical matters, developing that pragmatic streak that would later define him. Education in this era was primarily for boys, and even then, extensive formal schooling was a luxury few could afford. Benjamin's 2 years of formal education were brief by today's standards, ending when he was just 10 years old. Yet in this world before electronic distractions, books were treasured possessions, read and reread, discussed and debated. Knowledge was something earned through effort and persistence, qualities that would serve Franklin well throughout his long life. As Benjamin grew into adolescence, the wider world was experiencing significant transformations. The War of Spanish Succession had recently concluded, reshaping European alliances. The first daily newspaper in London had begun publication. Coffee houses were becoming centers of intellectual exchange. The seeds of modern democracy were being planted through philosophical writings that questioned divine right and absolute monarchy. When young Franklin began his apprenticeship with his brother James at the age of 12, he entered the world of printing, which would prove to be his gateway to knowledge and influence. The printing press was the internet of its day, the primary means by which ideas spread across distances. To work with type and ink was to stand at the crossroads of information exchange, to touch the very mechanism by which enlightenment was disseminated. The Boston of Franklin's youth was experiencing its own tensions and transformations. The city had weathered smallpox epidemics, religious controversies, and the constant negotiation between colonial autonomy and imperial control. These early experiences with community challenges would later inform Franklin's approach to civic improvement and his belief in practical solutions to shared problems. When Franklin left Boston for Philadelphia in 1723, at the age of 17, he was stepping into a broader world. Philadelphia was then the largest city in the colonies, a place of relative religious tolerance and commercial opportunity. The city's straight, orderly streets contrasted with Boston's winding lanes, perhaps offering a physical manifestation of the more open society Franklin was entering. The Philadelphia that welcomed the young runaway was a city of about 10,000 inhabitants, diverse by colonial standards, with English, Welsh, German, and Swedish settlers creating a multicultural atmosphere. Quaker influence gave the city a more egalitarian character than Puritan Boston. Here was fertile ground for Franklin's practical intellect and entrepreneurial spirit to flourish. As Franklin established himself as a printer in Philadelphia, the American colonies were developing economically and culturally. Trade networks expanded, connecting colonial ports with the Caribbean, Europe, and Africa. Local manufacturing began to grow alongside agricultural production. Colonial society was becoming more stratified, with emerging merchant and professional classes alongside farmers, artisans, indentured servants, and enslaved people. The gentle rhythm of these decades allowed Franklin time to develop his many interests. His printing business provided financial security, while his natural curiosity led him to explore diverse fields, from electricity to meteorology, from demography to oceanography. In an age of generalists rather than specialists, Franklin's wide-ranging intellect was not unusual, though the depth of his contributions in so many areas certainly was. The mid-18th century brought increasing tensions between Britain and its American colonies. The conclusion of the 7 Years' War, known in America as the French and Indian War, in 1763, left Britain with enormous debts and new territorial responsibilities. The resulting taxation policies would eventually lead to revolution, though few could have predicted this outcome when the first stamps and tea taxes were imposed. Franklin's diplomatic career took him to London as a colonial representative, where he witnessed firsthand the disconnect between British perceptions and colonial realities. London in the 1760s was the largest city in Europe, a teeming metropolis of perhaps 750,000 people. Its grand buildings, bustling markets, and sophisticated social scene must have contrasted sharply with even the largest American cities. Yet Franklin moved comfortably in this environment, his intellect and charm opening doors to scientific societies and political circles alike. The world's pace was quickening during Franklin's lifetime. The early stirrings of the Industrial Revolution were beginning to transform production methods in England. Steam power was being harnessed. New scientific discoveries were challenging old certainties. The philosophical writings of the Enlightenment were questioning traditional authority and elevating reason and natural law. These intellectual currents flowed through Franklin's own thinking, shaping his approach to both scientific inquiry and political philosophy. As tensions between Britain and the colonies escalated, Franklin found himself in the difficult position of trying to bridge understanding between two increasingly divided worlds. His years in London gave him insight into British perspectives, while his American identity and interests kept him connected to colonial concerns. This dual understanding would later serve him well as a diplomat, able to see multiple sides of complex international issues. When Franklin returned to America in 1775, he arrived to find a country on the brink of revolution. The shots at Lexington and Concord had already been fired. Colonial militias were organizing. A Continental Congress was meeting to coordinate resistance. At age 69, when many might consider retirement, Franklin was about to embark on some of his most significant contributions to American independence. The American Revolution unfolded against a backdrop of global changes. Enlightenment ideas about natural rights and the proper role of government were spreading. France was experiencing its own internal tensions that would later erupt into revolution. The economic systems of mercantilism were being challenged by new theories of free trade. It was a world in transition, where old certainties were giving way to new possibilities. Franklin's diplomatic mission to France during the Revolution placed him at the center of international politics. The France he encountered was still an absolute monarchy under Louis XVI, with the glamour and excesses of Versailles contrasting sharply with the Republican simplicity Franklin deliberately cultivated. His plain clothes and unpowdered hair became a sensation in status-conscious French society, a calculated performance of American values that endeared him to the French public. Paris in the late 1770s was the cultural capital of Europe, a city of around 600,000 people, filled with salons where intellectuals gathered to discuss the latest ideas in science, philosophy, and politics. Franklin was welcomed into these circles, his scientific reputation preceding him. The French embrace of Franklin helped secure the critical alliance and financial support that made American victory possible. While Franklin negotiated in Paris, the war for independence proceeded through its difficult course. Valley Forge's bitter winter, Saratoga's crucial victory, the long Southern campaign. These events were distant reports for Franklin, who fought his battles with diplomatic correspondence and strategic relationships. His patience and persistence in these efforts matched the endurance of Washington's troops in the field. The Treaty of Paris in 1783, which Franklin helped negotiate, recognized American independence and established generous boundaries for the new nation. At 77, Franklin had lived to see the colonies transformed into an independent country, a remarkable evolution that few could have imagined when he was born. Yet, the work of nation building was just beginning. Franklin returned to an America facing the challenges of self-government. The Articles of Confederation had proven inadequate, leading to the Constitutional Convention of 1787. Though in his 80s and in declining health, Franklin participated actively in these deliberations, offering wisdom accumulated over a lifetime of public service. His support for compromise helped bridge differences between large and small states, between competing visions of federal power. The world Franklin inhabited in his final years was accelerating toward modernity. The French Revolution would begin shortly before his death in 1790. New manufacturing methods were transforming production. Population growth and urbanization were creating new social patterns. Yet, much remained tied to traditional rhythms. Travel still depended on wind and horsepower. Communication moved at the pace of a sailing ship, and most people lived lives deeply connected to agricultural cycles. Franklin's Philadelphia had grown to about 28,000 residents by the time of his death, still small by modern standards, but unrecognizable from the city he had entered as a young runaway. The United States itself was an experiment without historical precedent, a republic of unprecedented size, attempting self-government based on Enlightenment principles rather than traditional authority. As Franklin's long life drew to a close, he could look back on a world transformed. He had been born a subject of Queen Anne in a colonial outpost, and died a citizen of a new republic that he had helped to create. He had witnessed and contributed to revolutions in science, in politics, in diplomacy, and in social organization. Through it all, he maintained that characteristic balance of pragmatism and idealism, of curiosity and wisdom. As sleep begins to soften the edges of consciousness, we might imagine Franklin in his garden in Philadelphia, after returning from his years abroad. The evening air carries the scent of herbs and flowers, and perhaps the distant sounds of the city he helped to build. His aged hands rest on the arms of his chair, and his eyes, those observant eyes that had witnessed so much of history, gaze at the deepening blue of the twilight sky. In this moment of reflection, all the challenges we have explored: limited education, family tensions, financial struggles, personal losses, political disappointments, scientific setbacks, physical decline, have been woven into the tapestry of a single remarkable life, each difficulty faced and responded to with that characteristic blend of practicality, patience, and philosophical acceptance that made Franklin not just a successful man, but a wise one. As our eyes grow heavy and our thoughts drift toward dreams, we might take with us this gentle wisdom that life's challenges, approached with curiosity rather than fear, with adaptation rather than rigidity, with perseverance rather than despair, become not merely obstacles to overcome, but essential elements of a fully lived experience. In this understanding, we find not just the story of Benjamin Franklin, but a soothing reminder of our own capacity to meet life's difficulties with grace and grow more fully into ourselves through their teachings. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. As the evening shadows lengthen and the world begins to slow its hurried pace, let us drift back through the mists of time to the life of Benjamin Franklin, whose remarkable journey through this world offers us gentle lessons and soothing stories to ease us toward peaceful slumber. Imagine, if you will, a young Benjamin, just 16 years old, walking the cobblestone streets of Philadelphia, having run away from his brother's print shop in Boston, his pockets nearly empty. He spent his last coins on 3 large puffy rolls. As he wandered down Market Street, one roll tucked under each arm and the third being nibbled between bites, he passed a young woman standing in a doorway. This woman, Deborah Reed, would later become his wife, though at that moment she merely smiled at the awkward sight of the hungry young man. In later years, they would laugh together about this first impression, a tender reminder that life's most meaningful connections often begin in the most ordinary of moments. Franklin's early mornings were times of gentle ritual. He would rise at 5, washing himself in cold water, a practice he believed invigorated both body and mind. The soft light of dawn would find him sitting quietly, contemplating the day ahead, and setting his intentions through what he called his morning question. What good shall I do this day? As the day drew to a close, he would reflect again, asking himself, what good have I done today? These quiet moments of self-reflection became the peaceful cornerstone of his daily existence, like smooth stones marking a garden path. Few know of Franklin's deep love of music. In the evenings, when the demands of his print shop and civic duties subsided, he would often play his glass harmonica, an instrument of his own invention consisting of glass bowls of different sizes that, when touched with moistened fingers, produced ethereal, haunting tones that seemed to float on the evening air. He created this instrument after seeing performers play simple melodies by running their fingers along the rims of water glasses. Franklin's version was more sophisticated, with the glass bowls nested inside one another on a spindle that could be turned by a foot pedal. Mozart and Beethoven later composed pieces for this unusual instrument, its gentle sounds carrying the legacy of Franklin's creative mind across oceans and through time. In the quiet solitude of his room, he would sit entirely unclothed near an open window, allowing the fresh morning air to caress his skin. He believed this practice strengthened his constitution against colds and respiratory ailments. He would write letters or read during these peaceful moments, the soft breeze turning the pages of his books as the city of Paris slowly awakened beyond his window. This private ritual brought him both physical comfort and mental clarity, a gentle communion between his body and the natural world. Franklin's relationship with sleep itself was thoughtful and intentional. He observed in his writings that the cool evening air of his bedroom helped him find more restful slumber on particularly warm nights in Philadelphia summers. He developed what he called a half-bed technique. He would lay between two sheets, with the upper sheet only covering his lower body, while the top half remained exposed to the night air. If he grew too cool in the night, he could simply pull the sheet up further. This mindful approach to comfort reminds us that even in sleep, Franklin brought his observant nature and problem-solving mind. His love of swimming was a lifelong passion, beginning in his childhood in Boston and continuing well into his elder years. Unlike many of his contemporaries who viewed swimming with suspicion, Franklin found profound joy in the water during his time in London as a young printer's apprentice. He would often swim in the Thames, gliding through the cool waters with a grace that surprised onlookers. He even contemplated becoming a swimming instructor, having designed small wooden pallets that could be worn on the hands to increase speed through water. Imagine him floating on his back in the gentle current, gazing up at the English sky, his mind drifting with the clouds above. A moment of perfect tranquility in a life of constant activity. On cool autumn evenings in Philadelphia, Franklin could often be found seated by his fireplace, a cup of warm milk with honey beside him, writing letters to his daughter Sally. These letters reveal the tender side of the statesman, filled with gentle advice and observations about life's simple pleasures. In one such letter, he described watching a spider weave its web in the corner of his study, marveling at the creature's patience and precision. His quill would move slowly across the parchment as the fire crackled softly, casting warm shadows across the room. Franklin's famous lightning experiment with the kite is well known, but fewer people are aware of the peaceful afternoon that preceded this dangerous scientific endeavor. Before venturing out into the storm, Franklin sat for several hours in his garden, watching the clouds gather and darken, contemplating the nature of electricity and the sky's mysteries. His son William, who would assist him, later recalled how his father had seemed unusually quiet that day, as if in communion with the brewing storm. They shared a simple meal of bread and cheese, speaking little, the anticipation of discovery hanging in the air between them like the static before lightning strikes. During his years in France, Franklin developed a fondness for chess, often playing late into the evening with friends or diplomatic counterparts. The soft click of wooden pieces on the board would punctuate the comfortable silence as he contemplated his moves. One evening, playing against a French nobleman who had been particularly difficult during negotiations, Franklin noticed his opponent growing increasingly frustrated with the game. Rather than pressing his advantage, Franklin deliberately made a small error, allowing the nobleman to recover. After the game, which Franklin still won, the nobleman asked why he had made such an obvious mistake. The next day, negotiations proceeded with newfound warmth. Franklin's garden in Philadelphia became his sanctuary in his later years. He cultivated rare plants sent to him by admirers from around the world. On warm summer evenings, he would walk slowly among his plants, a watering can in his gnarled hands, speaking softly to each one as if they were old friends. He was particularly fond of a variety of pear tree sent to him from France, whose fruit he would share with neighborhood children each autumn. The children would gather around him as he told them stories of his travels, their young faces upturned like flowers seeking the sun, while the sweet juice of the pears dripped down their chins. His relationship with time was thoughtful and measured. Franklin crafted his own daily schedule, allocating hours for work, reading, meals, and conversation. Yet, he held this schedule lightly, understanding that rigid adherence to plans often robbed life of its spontaneous joys. These afternoons spent building small windmills or teaching the children to fly kites, or perhaps, as important to his legacy as his diplomatic achievements. Few people know that Franklin suffered from gout in his later years, a painful condition that often left him bedridden. During these periods of forced rest, he developed a practice of mental journeys, closing his eyes and revisiting in perfect detail the cities he had known, the narrow streets of Boston, the grand boulevards of Paris, the busy thoroughfares of London. He would later tell his physician that these imaginary walks were almost as refreshing as actual exercise, allowing his mind to wander freely while his body healed in the quiet of his bedroom, with only the sound of a ticking clock and perhaps distant household movements. He would travel continents within the landscape of memory. Franklin's approach to food was characterized by moderation and simple pleasure. Though capable of affording elaborate meals, he preferred straightforward fare, fresh bread, seasonal vegetables, and occasional small portions of meat. This humble sustenance allowed him to remain present and attentive during lengthy negotiations, his mind uncluttered by hunger or the heaviness that follows excessive eating. His love of books extended beyond their contents to their physical form. Franklin would often spend quiet evenings running his fingers over fine bindings, inhaling the particular scent of paper and leather that bibliophiles throughout time have treasured. He developed his own system for organizing his extensive library, arranging volumes not by subject, but by how they conversed with one another in his mind: poetry beside science, history alongside philosophy, creating constellations of thought that reflected his interconnected worldview. On still summer nights, Franklin would sometimes sleep on the roof of his Philadelphia home, a practice he began during his time in the warmer climate of France. Lying on a simple pallet under the vast canopy of stars, he would contemplate the universe and humanity's place within it. The distant sounds of the city would fade as he gazed upward, the cosmic perspective bringing a sense of peace and proportion to worldly concerns. In a letter to a friend, he described these nights as conversations with eternity, the quiet dialogue between a curious mind and the infinite above. As age began to slow his steps and dim his eyesight, Franklin developed a tender ritual with his daughter Sally's children. Each evening before their bedtime, he would have them bring him small objects from around the house: a spoon, a button, a feather. With his failing eyes, he would explore these items through touch alone, describing their properties and histories to the delighted children. This game, which he called Seeing with the Fingers, taught the young ones about observation and imagination, while allowing him to maintain his connection to the physical world as his senses diminished. In the final years of his remarkable life, as Franklin felt his energy waning, he took to sitting in a special chair by his window, watching the changing light across Philadelphia's rooftops. A small notebook rested always in his lap, where he would jot down passing thoughts or observations, not the weighty philosophical musings of his earlier writings, but gentle noticings, the particular quality of morning light on dewy cobblestones, the changing calls of birds through the seasons, the expressions on faces passing below his window. These quiet chronicles of ordinary beauty formed his final, unpublished work, a testament to a mind that remained curious and appreciative until the end. As sleep begins to soften the edges of consciousness, we might imagine Franklin in his garden in Philadelphia, after returning from his years abroad. The evening air carries the scent of herbs and flowers, and perhaps the distant sounds of the city he helped to build. His aged hands rest on the arms of his chair, and his eyes, those observant eyes that had witnessed so much of history, gaze at the deepening blue of the twilight sky. In this peaceful moment, all the experiences of his long and varied life settle around him like gentle falling leaves, each one a memory, a lesson, a story now told. And as our own eyelids grow heavy, we carry with us the soothing wisdom of a life well lived, a mind forever curious, and a heart that found wonder in both the cosmic and the commonplace. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. In the final years of his remarkable life, as Franklin felt his energy waning, he took to sitting in a special chair by his window, watching the changing light across Philadelphia's rooftops. A small notebook rested always in his lap, where he would jot down passing thoughts or observations. Not the weighty philosophical musings of his earlier writings, but gentle noticings, the particular quality of morning light on dewy cobblestones, the changing calls of birds through the seasons, the expressions on faces passing below his window. These quiet chronicles of ordinary beauty formed his final, unpublished work, a testament to a mind that remained curious and appreciative until the end. The game of seeing with the fingers with his grandchildren became a cherished ritual, one that brought Franklin immense comfort as his body began to surrender to the passage of time. His hands, once strong enough to swim against powerful currents as a young man, now trembled slightly as they traced the contours of household objects. Yet in those gentle explorations, Franklin found a new kind of wisdom, the wisdom that comes from slowing down, from paying attention to the smallest details of life that most people rush past without noticing. Franklin's final years were marked by physical discomfort, particularly from gout, and a painful bladder stone that made movement difficult. Yet visitors to his home on Market Street remarked on his unfailing good humor and patience. He adapted to these limitations with characteristic ingenuity, designing a mechanical reaching device to help him retrieve books from high shelves, sparing him the pain of stretching. This simple invention, never patented or publicized, spoke to his lifelong habit of creating practical solutions to everyday problems. The rhythms of Franklin's days grew slower, more measured. Mornings would find him dictating letters to his daughter Sally, whose patient transcription allowed his thoughts to continue flowing outward into the world, even as his own handwriting became increasingly difficult to manage. The afternoon light would often find him dozing in his library, surrounded by the books that had been his companions throughout life's journey. And in the evenings, he welcomed visitors, young politicians seeking advice, scientists sharing their latest discoveries, or simply old friends coming to share memories of earlier times. One such evening visitor in 1788 was a young printer named Isaiah Thomas, who had established his own successful printing business and newspaper. Franklin received him with genuine warmth, offering the young man tea served in delicate cups that had been gifts from his time in France. As the two discussed the printing trade, Franklin's eyes took on the sparkle that had characterized him in his prime. He shared stories of his early days as a printer's apprentice, the ink staining his fingers, the satisfaction of seeing words arranged just so on a page. Thomas later wrote that Franklin spoke of printing not merely as a trade, but as a sacred trust, the responsibility of sharing knowledge and truth with one's community. During these twilight years, Franklin continued his correspondence with friends across America and Europe, though at a much reduced pace. His letters from this period reveal a man reflecting deeply on the sweep of history he had witnessed to the Marquis de Lafayette. He wrote of his hopes for the new American nation, expressing both optimism for its potential and concern for the challenges it would face. A republic, if you can keep it. He had famously remarked at the Constitutional Convention, and in his private writings, he elaborated on the fragility of democratic institutions and the constant vigilance they required. Sleep often came fitfully to Franklin in these years. On nights when rest eluded him, he would sometimes ask Sally to read aloud to him, not from political treatises or scientific journals, but from poetry. He developed a particular fondness for the verses of Phyllis Wheatley, the former slave whose poetic gifts had won her freedom and acclaim. The gentle cadence of her words seemed to soothe him, and he marveled at how this young woman, born in Africa and brought to America in chains, had mastered language with such grace and power. Her triumph of mind over circumstance resonated deeply with Franklin, who had himself risen from humble beginnings. As the seasons turned, Franklin found himself increasingly drawn to contemplating the natural world. The garden behind his home became a sanctuary where he would sit for hours, observing the intricate dance of bees among his flowering plants. He commissioned a special reclining garden chair that allowed him to rest comfortably outdoors. And from this vantage point, he recorded detailed observations about the behavior of ants building their colonies, the patterns of cloud formations, and the changing angles of sunlight through the seasons. These observations, though never published, reveal a mind still attuned to the scientific method he had helped to champion throughout his life. The winter of 1789 was particularly harsh in Philadelphia. Snow piled high along the streets, and bitter winds rattled the windows of Franklin's home. His health declined further during these cold months, and he spent many days confined to his bed. Yet even then, his intellectual engagement with the world did not diminish. He dictated to Sally his thoughts on the abolition of slavery, a cause that had grown increasingly important to him in his final years. His arguments combined moral conviction with practical considerations, reflecting his lifelong approach to social problems. These writings, though less widely circulated than his earlier works, nonetheless contributed to the growing movement against slavery in the young republic. As spring began to soften the landscape in 1790, Franklin's physical decline accelerated. His breathing became labored, and periods of lucidity alternated with stretches of confusion. During one clear moment, he asked to be moved to his desk one last time, where he signed a memorial to Congress calling for the abolition of slavery. This final public act, completed with a hand that trembled but did not falter, served as a fitting coda to a life dedicated to the expansion of human liberty and dignity. On April 17, 1790, as gentle rain fell outside his window, Benjamin Franklin drew his last breath, surrounded by family who who had gathered to bid farewell to a man who had been not just a father and grandfather, but a founding father to a nation. He was 84 years old, having lived a life of extraordinary breadth and consequence. The news of his passing spread slowly across the country and then across the Atlantic, bringing forth an outpouring of tributes from ordinary citizens and world leaders alike. In Paris, the National Assembly declared a period of mourning for the man who had charmed their country and secured vital support for American independence. In London, even political opponents who had disagreed with Franklin's revolutionary stance acknowledged the loss of a towering intellect. But perhaps the most touching tributes came from the citizens of Philadelphia, who lined the streets by the thousands as Franklin's funeral procession made its way to Christ Church burial ground. Shops closed, bells tolled, and people from all walks of life came to pay respects to the man who had walked among them with such unpretentious wisdom for so many years. It was estimated that nearly 20,000 people, a significant portion of the city's population, attended the funeral, making it one of the largest public gatherings in the young nation's history. Franklin's legacy settled into American consciousness, not with the sudden impact of a revolutionary leader like Washington or Jefferson, but with the gentle persistence of rainwater shaping stone over time. His influence permeated American culture in ways both obvious and subtle. The lending libraries he had established continued to grow and multiply, democratizing access to knowledge across the expanding nation. The fire departments he had organized became models for communities everywhere, embodying his belief that collective action could solve common problems. His scientific contributions continued to inspire generations of American inventors and researchers. The lightning rod he had designed became a standard feature on buildings throughout the world, silently preventing countless fires and saving innumerable lives. A fitting metaphor for Franklin's preference for practical solutions over theoretical abstractions. His experiments with electricity laid groundwork that would eventually lead to the technological revolution of the following centuries. Though he could scarcely have imagined the world of electric light and power that would emerge from his early investigations. Franklin's autobiography, published posthumously, became one of America's most influential books, not merely as a historical document, but as a template for self-improvement and personal reinvention. His narrative of rising from humble origins through industry, frugality, and continuous self-education resonated deeply with the emerging American identity. The book's practical wisdom and accessible style made it beloved by generations of readers who found in Franklin's story a roadmap for their own aspirations. As moonlight now bathes the room in soft silver light, we might imagine the personal items Franklin left behind, each one telling its own story of his remarkable journey through life. The bifocals he invented rest on his nightstand, a simple solution to the problem of needing different prescriptions for reading and distance vision. His walking stick, with its hidden compass, speaks to his love of exploration and his practical ingenuity. The chess set given to him by a French diplomat reveals his strategic mind and his belief that games could teach important lessons about life. The harmonica, that curious musical instrument he invented, glass bowls of different sizes mounted on a spindle, played by touching the rims with moistened fingers, sits silent now in the corner of his study. When played, it produced ethereal, haunting tones that captivated listeners throughout Europe. Mozart and Beethoven composed music for this instrument, extending Franklin's influence into the realm of art and beauty. Like so many of his creations, the harmonica emerged from his ability to observe natural phenomena. In this case, the sound produced by running a wet finger around the rim of a wine glass, and develop them into something useful or delightful as our breathing slows and our thoughts begin to drift toward dreams. We might contemplate the words Franklin composed for his own epitaph many years before his death. The body of Benjamin Franklin, printer, like the cover of an old book, its contents torn out and stripped of its lettering and gilding, lies here, food for worms. This characteristically humble yet hopeful sentiment captures the essence of a man who saw life as a continuous process of revision and improvement. The gentle whisper of turning pages in the book of history continues long after Franklin's final chapter closed. His ideas about democracy, science, education, and civic responsibility continue to influence American life in ways both recognized and unconscious. Public libraries stand as monuments to his belief in accessible knowledge. Community organizations reflect his conviction that citizens working together can solve problems more effectively than individuals working alone. The Postal Service he helped to establish continues to connect Americans across vast distances. Universities he founded or influenced continue to educate new generations of citizens. Perhaps most enduringly, Franklin's spirit of pragmatic optimism, his belief that problems have solutions, that tomorrow can be better than today, that human reason and goodwill can overcome obstacles, remains woven into the American character. This legacy flows like a gentle stream through the landscape of American thought, sometimes visible, sometimes underground, but always moving forward, always nourishing new growth as sleep begins to embrace us in its gentle arms. We might imagine Franklin in his garden in Philadelphia after returning from his years abroad. The evening air carries the scent of herbs and flowers, and perhaps the distant sounds of the city he helped to build. His aged hands rest on the arms of his chair, and his eyes, those observant eyes that had witnessed so much of history, gaze at the deepening blue of the twilight sky. In this peaceful moment, all the experiences of his long and varied life settle around him like gentle falling leaves, each one a memory, a lesson, a story now told. And as our own eyelids grow heavy, we carry with us the soothing wisdom of a life well lived, a mind forever curious, and a heart that found wonder in both the cosmic and the commonplace. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. As the candle of Benjamin Franklin's remarkable life flickered to its natural end in April of 1790, the world did not simply lose a man. It gained a legacy that would flow through time like a gentle, persistent stream, nourishing generations to come. In his 84 years upon this earth, Franklin had been many things: a printer and publisher whose words brought comfort and wisdom to countless homes, a scientist whose curiosity about lightning and electricity illuminated new pathways of understanding, a diplomat whose patient negotiations helped birth a nation, and a civic leader whose thoughtful contributions created institutions that still stand today, solid yet welcoming, like old stone buildings, warmed by afternoon sunlight. Now, as we reflect on this extraordinary life with the soft perspective that time provides, we can see how the ripples of Franklin's existence continue to touch our modern shores. His legacy unfolds before us like a quilt of many patterns, each square representing a different aspect of his contributions, all stitched together with the thread of his pragmatic wisdom and boundless curiosity. Franklin's scientific mind, ever observant and questioning, gave us not only practical inventions like the lightning rod and bifocal glasses, but also a way of approaching the world with wonder, with measurement, with thoughtful experimentation. When we adjust our glasses to read a book on a rainy evening, or glance at a lightning rod atop a building, while thunder rumbles in the distance, we are experiencing the gentle touch of Franklin's mind across the centuries. His approach to science was never coldly analytical, but rather infused with a warm appreciation for how knowledge could improve the human condition, make our homes safer, our evenings more comfortable, our lives a little easier. The institutions Franklin helped establish continue to provide shelter and structure for community life, like ancient trees offering shade to new generations. The Library Company of Philadelphia, which he founded in 1731, was the first subscription library in America, opening the door to knowledge for those who could not afford extensive private collections. Today, public libraries across the nation stand as living monuments to this belief that wisdom should be accessible to all, not hoarded by the privileged few. In these quiet spaces, where pages turn with a whisper and thoughts drift like soft clouds across the mind, Franklin's democratic vision of shared knowledge continues its gentle work. The University of Pennsylvania, which grew from Franklin's Philadelphia Academy, still educates young minds in the heart of the city he loved. The American Philosophical Society still gathers thinkers to consider the deeper questions of existence and progress. The fire departments he helped organize still protect communities from harm. Even the Postal Service, which Franklin guided as America's first Postmaster General, continues to connect people across vast distances, carrying words of love, comfort, and connection from one heart to another. Franklin's political wisdom, too, flows through American life like a deep, steady current beneath the sometimes turbulent surface of civic discourse. His belief in compromise, in finding the middle path that honors diverse perspectives, remains a soothing reminder in times of division. At the Constitutional Convention, when tensions ran high and agreement seemed elusive, it was often Franklin who found the words to calm troubled waters, to remind his colleagues of their shared purpose, to suggest the small accommodations that made larger agreement possible. His writings on governance and citizenship continue to provide comfort and guidance, like the advice of a wise grandparent whose perspective has been tempered by long experience. "A republic, if you can keep it," he reportedly said when asked what form of government the Constitutional Convention had created. In those few words rests a profound understanding that democracy requires not just structures, but ongoing care and attention, like a garden that must be tended with patience and constancy. Franklin's approach to self-improvement offers particular solace in our modern world of constant striving. His famous 13 virtues, which he tracked in a little book, attempting to perfect one each week, remind us that growth is gradual, that perfection is elusive, and that the attempt itself has value. There is something deeply restful in his acknowledgement of human imperfection, in his good-humored recognition of his own failings. I was surprised to find myself so much fuller of faults than I had imagined, he wrote with characteristic honesty, giving all of us permission to be gentle with ourselves as we seek to grow and improve. His diplomatic career, particularly his years in France, demonstrates how patience and personal warmth can accomplish what force cannot. Franklin never rushed or pushed. Instead, he built relationships, told stories, listened carefully, and waited for the right moment. In our hurried world, there is profound wisdom in this unhurried approach to important matters, like the slow movement of stars across the night sky. Franklin's diplomatic achievements remind us that some things cannot be hastened, that sometimes the wisest course is to wait, to observe, to let things unfold at their natural pace. Even Franklin's approach to daily life offers lessons in balance and contentment. Despite his many achievements, he made time for simple pleasures, swimming in rivers, playing music, enjoying conversations with friends over a glass of wine, flying kites with childlike delight. His famous daily schedule, which set aside time for meaningful work, but also for meals, reading, and reflection, reminds us that a well-lived life has rhythm and variety, like a piece of music with both lively passages and restful interludes. As the years have passed, Franklin has become more than a historical figure. He has become a kind of national archetype, a symbol of American ingenuity, practicality, and optimistic spirit. His image on the $100 bill, his name on countless streets, schools, and institutions, his wise sayings still quoted in moments of need. All these keep his presence alive in our collective consciousness, like a beloved character from a story we heard in childhood and never quite forgot. Perhaps what makes Franklin's legacy so enduring, so comforting to contemplate as we drift toward sleep, is its fundamental humanness. Unlike some historical figures who seem distant and unreachable in their perfection, or their single-minded pursuit of one goal, Franklin was gloriously, recognizably human, sometimes contradictory, occasionally vain, capable of both wisdom and foolishness, always evolving. His curiosity embraced everything, from the movement of Gulf Stream waters to the perfect design of a stove, from the structure of government to the pleasure of a well-cooked meal. This expansive interest in all aspects of existence reminds us that life is not meant to be narrowly lived, but widely experienced, with all our senses open to the world around us. As our eyelids grow heavy and our thoughts begin to soften around the edges, we might imagine Franklin in his final years, sitting in his garden in Philadelphia. The evening air is sweet with the scent of flowering plants, and perhaps a distant church bell rings the hour with a sound that vibrates gently in the gathering dusk. His weathered hands, which have written so many words, invented so many useful things, signed so many important documents, now rest peacefully on the arms of his chair. His eyes, behind those famous bifocals, gaze at the first stars appearing in the twilight sky. The same stars he had studied as a scientist, the same sky he had observed from 2 continents. In this quiet moment, all the varied experiences of his long and fruitful life seemed to gather around him like friendly shadows. The printing house of his youth, the scientific laboratories of his middle years, the elegant salons of Paris, the deliberative chambers where a nation was planned and debated into existence. All these memories settle around him with the gentle weight of leaves falling in autumn, each one a story complete in itself, yet part of a larger narrative that continues to unfold as sleep begins to embrace us in its gentle arms. We carry with us the comforting knowledge that lives like Franklin's do not truly end, but continue to influence and inspire, like the warmth of sunshine that lingers in the earth even after the sun has set. His pragmatic optimism, his belief that tomorrow can be better than today if we approach it with reason and goodwill, remains a soothing balm for troubled times. May your dreams be as varied and interesting as Franklin's many pursuits. May you find in your sleep the same restful wisdom that he found in his moments of quiet reflection. And may you awaken renewed, perhaps carrying with you some small spark of his endless curiosity about this wonderful, complex world we share. Good night, dear listener. Let Franklin's legacy of thoughtful living and gentle wisdom carry you softly into slumber, like a leaf floating on a calm and peaceful stream.